Hey, chat. Alright, let's wait for everything to start coming up. I'll just give it a minute or two since it always takes a bit for the stream to actually come up. Like, it shows up on the VOD, but it doesn't show up, YouTube doesn't send emails out. I actually really question how people find my streams. I should ask that probably a bit later. Alright, there we go. Turn off display power management. I was annoyed that it keeps locking up the VM. So this has kind of been the ongoing thing I was working on. I have to. Last time we were here, we got to the point where I could log. I remember exactly where the code was. I think it was over here. Essentially, I could log what's known as a TPV report from a GPS. Here it is. Terminal needs to have just approximate LAN, launch, and time. Since if I don't get the rest of it implemented good enough, this is kind of like my backup. Ideally, I want the full database, but this will confirm that I actually have a viable code path. Getting this in the database is going to suck, but I think I've got. I think the easiest thing right now is I should see if I can find an ORM for Rust, because this is 22 fields. I need to there's gotta be an easy way to serialize data in and out, and the answer apparently is called Diesel. Okay, so set up Diesel for your project, set migration. So Diesel is apparently an ORM. Right now we're using SQLX. Does SQLX have an ORM level? Yeah, so SQLX apparently does actually have migrations, or let's see here, SQLX documentation, because I really need to figure out the best way to do this. If I have to write queries by hand, I will write queries by hand, but it's current year. I would really like to not do that. Okay, so apparently there's query builder, but I don't think that's what I actually need. Oh, here we go. The async SQL. Okay, yeah. So I think I need to use Diesel instead, which means I probably need to migrate code over to use Diesel. This is gonna suck. Like, I have felt that every aspect of this has been very difficult, but at least when it's done, I know I've done it correctly, or at least less bad than I might have done it otherwise. Let's see here. TPS reports. Indeed. Why does my laptop say it's on... Oh, okay. It's the adaptive charging has realized that I'm almost always on AC at the moment, so it's not charging all the way up to full. All right. I mean, it's kind of seems right to just we write the SQL for migrations. We now can run our new migrations. So it has an entire system for going up and down, and realistically, the database code here can be entirely yeeted. Yeah, I think we should entirely yeet the database code as it is right now, and then because I don't like this database code, I don't like this ORM. You know, I don't want to repeat myself twice. So let me. Let me copy this to another file. Yeah, we'll put that in the home directory. Let's get rid of the migrations. It's fine. So let's get rid of all the SQL X code. SQL X. Go to cargo. Rip. Let me do cargo clean and then cargo build. How do you spell it, right? Oh, Rust Analyzer is doing its thing. Can you not do this right now, please? Come on. On here, extension. Yeah, it's got a lot. This is something that is annoying. Hold on. So here, yeah, here's where you can't click it. Okay. Now that I can do that, I can click cargo build, and yep, there it goes. Once it's done building, then Rust Analyzer will actually work, but it's going to fall over with a build error. I think what I'm going to do this time, which is something I should have been doing prior, is that Diesel looks like it actually has some pretty good documentation. Although it's all for Postgres, which is a little irritating. Oh, actually, you know what? Hold on. They do have actual, getting started step 1. Okay, so they do have all the code for doing this with SQLite, which is ultimately what I want to do. Okay, so something went completely and totally broken, which... Oh, yeah, that's broken. Okay, so what blew up? What is that error? Okay, hold on. Proc macro create build data. Okay, so no, apparently that cleared it up. Okay, so let's get rid of all the SQL X stuff here. Did I break something in the toml file? It doesn't look like it. Also, that should be current year. I think I just broke cargo. What is going on here? Unused imports. Did it die just because of all the, Oh, wait, no, that's, the version of the file. Yeah, I forgot. Main function not found. Like, what is this actually dying on? Failure to use, crate SQLite. I think Rust Analyzer is just completely broken at the moment, so let me fix the build and then we'll deal with that. So this goes away. Okay. So the tests also are unhappy because I did database code down here. So, okay. Oh, and these crates can go away. So, unresolved import. I also hadn't committed in the last working build, which is real bad for me. Okay, let me fix this, and then I will start committing changes to Git. So why is it not happy here? Gauge between the import std time. Are you still broken, or are you happy now? Requires RT or RT multi-threaded. Okay, so... Okay, so apparently I need an additional dependency in here. So this needs to be... And then... So apparently I never add Tokyo test as a thing that we needed. Oh, yep. And then you're going to do that. Cancel. All right, well, it's building. It's still complaining about the runtime. The detail... What, did something like just magically break in my code overnight, or... Maybe I should just cargo add SQLX, just see if the match, just to see if the problem goes away. Because if the problem goes away, I'm going to be kind of like, ugh. Let's see what chat's saying. Chat's quiet tonight. So this is like interval. So it can't resolve. Like, what is this? What is this? All right, you know, that's a Googleable error message. So apparently I need to to add a feature here. I need to add RT multi-thread. I don't know why I seem to need this now, not before. Alright, so that's going to recompile Tokyo. Okay, so that resolved that issue. It now can't find TCP stream. Like, this code was building. Why did it all just kind of... That should be... Yeah, so it stares the base package. It's gated behind the net feature. Do I have to just add the net feature? This feels like a thing I shouldn't have to turn on. I mean, okay then. And then I think I just paste this. I feel like something broke. Let time be interval. It needs to be well, first I probably want the other one, which is this one. But you have to be... Okay, alright, I think that clears all the build errors. Huzzah! I think it works now. Okay, so let's run it. Hold on. Let's see now if we can just yeet SQLite out of this, or SQLX, and then we'll commit it, and then we'll start working with Diesel. Let me. Okay, that seems to be happy. So cargo run. Oh, right. I have to set the logging level. Okay, so that connected to the GPS. It transmitted a beacon. Cool. All right. So let's commit all this. Commit work in progress TVV GPS code plus SQLite stuff. All right. So that brings us all there. Let's push that to GitHub. All right. I'm just right now. No, this isn't an old. It isn't an old project. I literally was working on this 3 days ago, and apparently it just broke. I legitimately don't know. Let me stretch my legs for a moment, and then like get ready to hit the next part of this. So, be right back. All right, I'm bear with me. I've had a lot of bad pain days. Um, I use the term pain. It's not physical pain, but I've been going through a lot. Yesterday was rough. I intended to live stream yesterday, and it simply did not happen because I was just. So apparently, so I think what I want to do here is I kind of want to look at this diesel thing. So all right, you know what? Let's do that. So cargo new lib diesel demo. Because I really want to walk through this actual guide and see if I actually understand what it is. Alright. So there's apparently additional tools I actually need to install. So it says to add the following to the cargo TML. And we should install the we can install it with cargo bin cargo b install. Okay, so that apparently doesn't work. Oh, that's lovely. Are you flipping kidding me? I can't in chat. That is actually really irritating. Okay, hold on. There's got to be a way to compiling it. Uh Okay, so that seems easy enough. I can do Postgres SQLite. I'm a little tempted to do this with Postgres instead, but the idea of running Postgres on a Pi seems like a really bad idea. That being said, I am talking about a fair bit of data. That being said, I've seen some phenomenal abuses of SQLite, so I feel like this is the way to go. So if this is the way, so can I just do cargo install diesel CLI? It's going to be missing stuff because it's going to want like Postgres and MySQL. I think I'll have to disable that. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me control C that. Let me go no default features SQLite bundled, because that's realistically all I care about. If when it comes to the processing stage, I'm probably going to have to do something with GeoGIS. I've never worked with this, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to make something out of this. Um, I mean, I probably will be able to make a KML file out of it. It's just I haven't thought that far ahead, and I'm really hoping I'm going to have the data to do it. Keyhole markup language. Yeah, honestly, this doesn't even look all that hard. Like, I should be able to put a notation of every single station I've heard. Um, Alright, so that's Diesel downloading. Yeah, so KML files look simple enough. I also found some very cool notes here on Aloha and such. I really do want to do a video on early amateur radio history, like when it used to be over radio waves. All right, so all that be done. So let's go back to. So we should now have the command line tool. Uh. All right. So it says. So it says the first thing I want to do. is put an environment variable here, but that's not correct for SQLite. For SQLite, I'm just going to put this as temp SQLite 3db. Or, alright. So I should be able to do diesel setup. Yeah, and that created the database and the migrations folder. Alright. So it now says I should do diesel migration, generate, create posts. And that creates an up-down post. So it should undo anything in up and anything that goes in down. So so I need the version of this code that runs on SQLite. It would be really nice if they had the book like that, but okay. So it says to put this in up for SQLite. And then down is just drop posts. Okay. So that's all good. Chad, I might have to take a break here soon. Let me get through this page of the documentation, and then I may have to stop for a bit. I'm having a really bad pain night. I'm hurting. Maybe the only person who's trying to deny that I'm in pain is me. Alright, so that random migration. You can also do a redo to roll back, and that confirms. Okay, so that's good to know. That's actually quite easy. So, since migrations are written in raw SQL, they can contain specific features of the database you want. Ooh, that's actually interesting. There is a way to define it in Rust code. I kind of want to do that because I suspect I don't know how I'm going to process this data in the end, but I'm like I said, I'm kind of less looking at the everything. I've had a lot, I've had a lot of bad, I've had a lot of good in my life, but a lot of it really comes down to that I chose to make the best out of bad situations, and as such, I don't really regret most. I mean, we all have our regrets in life, but I like to think that I don't regret my decisions. I do tend to spend a lot of time thinking about what could have been, but a lot of times I didn't have a choice. I had to take the shitty option that was given to me because the only options I had were worse. Until I finally ran out of options and I had to take I'm currently looking at the right Rust part of this. So apparently a file called source schema got created. Okay, so that file actually got automatically created. Apparently there's ways to, you can actually write the file and then tell it to generate the diffs. That's actually quite nice. So presumably if I added another thing here, it would just work. But let's actually add some Rust code. So the first thing we actually need to do is in source lib. So let's start with let's nuke the basic code here. So once again, the code on their site and the code that I'm using are slightly different because I'm using SQLite. Okay, so we get SQLite connection. So this basically just sets up the database as we saw before. We need some additional here. I think it's use diesel. Why is it complaining about this? Can't find. I mean, their own example code has that. Please tell me this actually works as intended. It is apparently compiled. What do they have for their cargo.toml? Oh, you know what? That'd explain it. That would explain it really well. All right, let's try running cargo build. So there's also a file called models it wants. So let's go back to the documentation because obviously there's more I need to do here. So now we need to create the two modules. So here's models. Yeah, so the code is slightly different from database to database, but it doesn't look particularly difficult to port from one to the other. And looking at it, like it has this check for backend diesel SQLites. It probably makes sure that it builds properly. So now we have the models file. Is that everything we need here, or do we still need derive queryable? Okay. So does this actually build? Okay, so that does build. And then we can add a main.rs file like this and basically have it display that. So I should be able to just click run. It couldn't compile it. All right, because you know I saw with SQLite it also had an additional dependency in the toml file. It's Apple C on one screen and Control C on the other. Alright, let's try hang run. Failed to parse manifest. What did I do wrong? Oh, right, because this isn't from the workspace. This is just... I can just install it on the system. Do I not have SQLite? You're kidding, right? Well, you know, it helps if I spell it right. Okay, so now that builds. Can we actually run the main function now? Okay, so displaying 0 posts. So that actually did work. If we were to add a post to the database, it should show up. Okay. So we can now add some additional code to adding a new post. So let me look at what we've done so far. So we basically defined the table schema here. It's a table posts ID, yeah, which is basically all Rust macro magic. We go to models. We have the structure as we have it in Rust, which maps one-to-one to the table. And then we have the main function here, which largely handles all that. So if we now want to define a new post, we have to add it to the model. So new post has a lifetime, which is defined as A. And now we can add a new function. In source.lib. Like that. I should probably reorganize my code to have a main function like that. I mean, I don't understand why I need to import it. Oh, yeah, hold on. I missed a line. When we call get result on an insert or update statement, it automatically adds returning start to the end of the query and lets us load into any struct that puts queryable for the right thing. On backends that support the returning clause, such as SQL, Postgres, SQL, or SQLite, we can get our data back on insert as well. On the SQLite backend, returning has been supported since version 3.35. So, okay, so what it's basically telling me is I have to be using a very new version of SQLite. Okay, you know what? The version in Debian is actually new enough. I can always compile it for the Pi. It is not the end of the world if I don't have that. So if that's the case, I think I just have to add this as a feature. Like that. I mean, it seems weird, but okay. So basically what we do here is we insert into... right, that's not a PG connection. That's a SQLite connection. So we pass in the connection, we pass in the title, we pass in the body as strings. It comes out as a post. We send the result into the database, and what comes out is a post object for us to do with as we please. So that's actually almost exactly what I want. I might have to define my own TPV thingamajig to make it serializable. I don't know if I'm just going to be able to take the one I have because... yeah, because ultimately I have to define it as derive insertable. Um, I'm just currently looking to see if that's even possible right now. It actually, yeah, that looks like absolute hell on earth to do. But you know what? I can just copy that one structure from the Rust library and then make it derive insertable. I just need to make a way to convert between libGPS's TPV and my TPV. Let me see how much farther I can get before I can take. I'm going to have to take a break. It's going to be a slow night tonight, chat. I am. You know what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to put RuneScape up on the other screen. I've been, like I said, I've been doing some RuneScape streams as of late. Oh wow, this server got busy. This place was completely empty when I left. I'm just going to leave it up here just... You know what? No, I'm just using this as a distraction, I'll be honest. When the pain is this bad, it's really hard to focus. And like I said, it's not a physical pain. Or, I mean, I have some pain in my back, but it's minor. So we now have a create new post and all that works. So we get the post object. So if we basically take, so it wants to define a new bin file. So this is proving to be quite useful to learn how to do. So new folder, bin, and then this is write post.rs. And that all seems to work. So now I should be able to do cargo run bin write post. It's building it. What would you like your post to be? A test of the recording system. This is a test. Alright, so if I go into SQLite... Hey, chat, that is winning. The post is there. I see. I'm leaving the stream up because I actually have to do. I want to do this. I've wanted to do this for a really long time. The pain isn't going to go away. I have bad days. I have worse days. I sometimes have less bad days. And in Oregon, it was a combination of I had more less bad days. But like I said, Oregon is a transitory point for me. It's not my final destination, and I don't know when I'm going to get there. I just have to hope for the best. Alright, so apparently at this point the only thing left to do is actually have an update. So apparently, yeah, this saved, yeah, it saved a draft post. So apparently, like, this is a command line blog system. Which honestly, I gotta be honest, I kind of like that. So the next bit of code it wants to add is a publish post, which is actually a very small bit of code. So you basically just do. So basically, it just adds a new binary of publish post rs, and we get that. Perfect. All right, so that might just be all we need to actually do. Like, we can do run cargo bin publish post 1. And yeah, I see it then published it, and then the publish flag in the database is now 1. Okay. And then this talks about getting posts. Did I put the wrong code in that one? I put the wrong code in that one. Yep, and that gets the title and such. Okay. As for deleting posts, okay, yeah, that's easy enough. So we have publish post. I mean, it seems simple enough. Let me make a new window. Chad, I think I am going to take a break here. I'm not going to shut the stream down, but I am going to take a break. I will put some background music on. Why is that? Oh, it's behind the scene. That's why. I have to have the attribution on for it because it's Creative Commons. And then I just send it for the aggregate device. And we should both hear it. Or is it multi-output? There we go. Multi-output device. Hold on. I gotta make my speakers be louder. And then multi-output. Okay, that should be a bit louder than my air conditioning. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break for a bit. Oh, sorry. I've been muted for the last 30 seconds. At least the new place, I won't be right next to the air conditioner. It's centrally heated, cooled. So it should have a lot. Like when I do voiceovers normally, I have to do it without the air conditioner or without the heat. This place kind of sucks for it, although the acoustics here are actually quite good because it's quiet. Okay. So I think the first thing I just want to do is let's go to the other session. Let's just add the base TOML directory things. And then that adds the base diesel code. I am semi-inclined to move all this to... Yeah, you know what? Let's move this to a new lib crate so main RS is actually cleaner. So what are you now missing? Assuming you have... okay, so you need... The problem with... This is one of the things I don't like about Rust, is you really end up... Refactoring it tends to be kind of time-consuming. Although, you know what? It's probably easier if I take all this import strings, and then I just remove the ones that are unused. Like, you know what? That just seems easier. Like, let me just do that. Because that cleans up the main code a lot. Yeah, see, now I can just get all the ones that are unused and clean up. Can't find scope TNC in this scope. Okay, that's fine. So we now handled that. Hey, look, it builds again. So now we need to use self, or is it... What was the function they used here? It was... Okay, so it's use self... So how does it pull that in? So create post, that ends up there. Oh, use... Okay, I see. I see. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Okay, so I have to... Okay, I have to just declare these as public. I mean, it does actually go a fair bit of a way of helping me keep the code clean. At least I think. Because now I can add a new bin and then, like, add more stuff on top of it should I need it, which is actually quite helpful. Okay, so print frame. What else do you actually need? You need, get AX.25 for destination. Actually, you know what? I'll import them one by one, because this is a style thing I always prefer. It's easier to know what you're using and where when it's actually declared, because then you can also spot dead functions that way. So apparently station config is defined here, defined here. Apparently I defined it twice. Station config there. Why are you not happy? I mean, you have mod config. Why don't you want to compile? Station config and station config have distinct types. Am I defining it in two places? I'm probably defining it in two places. It's here. Does this need to be like crate? Or when this have to be? This would be like self. Yeah, that should be self config. That would actually make more sense. Except it doesn't. It says if I import it directly. Oh, hold on. I just realized what's missing. Okay, hold on. Actually, this file should go away. This should live in the lib. That's a lot of code I really am going to want to clean up, but so be it. Yeah, so this file can go away. Bye-bye. Alright, are you happy now? See, I am importing it, and it's still not happy with it. Okay. Well, at least we're going the right way here. Alright, so let me get rid of that there. So, it's saying if I use it, import directly. And then it says it's unused. Hold on. Well, let me see what. Let me APRS. Let me look at what was in source APRS RS. Oh, it's self that I need to declare. Okay. Yeah, that's really janky. That's code I think I wrote a while ago. I still need to clean this up a lot. Alright, are you less broken? I don't think I left this code in a good place from last time I touched it. I yeeted the spare station config. Like, are you... So, is it dying, like, all the way up here? There's gotta be a typing error somewhere. So it's imported here as mod config, and then it comes out over here. And when we look at it in main... it comes out exactly the same way, and it's the same file. You know, I don't think I have to mod... I am very distinctly confused at the voodoo that's going on here. Like... let me lower the music a bit. I feel like I already fixed this problem. Yeah, so you define, you exist there. Station config exists here, but they're somehow referring to different objects. Alright, time to look at the rest documentation and figure out what I did wrong. So structs have an additional extra level of visibility within their field. So struct defines the visibility defines defaults to private and can be overridden with the pub modifier. Only mattered when it's accessed out the module or it's defined as the goal of hiding information. Okay. That makes perfect sense, but why do you think it's being... So you make the station config here and hold it on the top level. And then here in the beacon thread, you want a config station config from mod config. Okay, so it's complaining. All right, hold on. Let me look at file hierarchy because obviously I'm doing something wrong here. Oh, okay. Hold on. Hold on. I get it. I get it. You need mod APRS. Yeah, that's what you need. And I think I need that in all my files. Alright, you know, I think this music's getting yeeted. What am I doing wrong? Modules can be mapped to a file directory hierarchy. So what? That would be mod lib. And then you go around in a circular dependency. Alright, you know, I think this just needs to go into the lib crate for the time being. I'm going to have to split this into multiple files. But I think for now, this is what's going to happen. You're going to be unhappy about that, aren't you? Sorry, chat. I'm struggling to talk right now. All right, I think that represents. Let me just clean up the unused imports. But that should be a fairly big. Yeah, I'm actually happy with that. That's a fairly large. I don't apparently even need that. Oh no, you do need TNC. Okay. Oh, it's the lib side that's complaining about that. Well, let's just clean up as many warnings as we can, and then I'm going to commit this. And then from there, we start working on getting code into database. That I'm going to use in a moment. Yeah, all this is going to come back. All right. So merge code into librs pending partial rewrite. Okay. I'm not getting a lot of coding done, but at least I think we're making progress. So going back to the diesel example code, I think I have to delete the migrations folder. So git rm migrations. Do I have the diesel tool available? No, I do not. So I have to just install it. Uh, diesel test. I now need to cargo install diesel CLI no default features SQLite. This is going to kind of suck to cross compile. That's going. Let me see what chat's saying. Yeah, I'll be trying. I'll definitely be trying. stepped away from the desk for a moment. Standing sometimes helps. I really should not. I should leave the music on just so it's not dead air. I'll just keep it very low because I can't always hear myself think. I mean, I'm almost tempted to play like the RuneScape OST because I know that won't get content ID flagged. Like I said, I've got RuneScape up on the other way. Well, I have the client up. I'm not logged in right now. All right, I'm okay. Let's keep going. Let's do Diesel. See, this is going to be a slight... Well, you know what? I can run Diesel on the MacBook Pro because the database format is the same between platforms. It makes life quite a bit easier. So it creates the migrations directory. It creates the database. So Diesel migration generate... Let me do the TPV first. Okay, so here's the migrations. So I think there's a way to do this with the file first. Like, let me create a, let me go to type declarations. Yeah, here's how this works. The problem is I have to map the Rust options. I wonder if I can do that with Diesel. You know, I just realized something. Usually, null with SQL, you shouldn't actually be using like that. It runs into problems. The reason for that is, the reason for that is, sorry, my brain is actually really struggling with this. The reason for that null is often representing that the data is not available, not that it was not present at the time of recording. The question is, how do I actually represent that? You know, I almost think it's better for me to define this as code and let the framework actually figure this out. And there is a way to do that. So if I want to actually write this as a Rust sort of thing, I can create a... I can create a schema rs, and then this is going to define our table, and this is going to be tvb reports. We're going to have an ID, and then this is basically just going to map directly. Alright. So, TVB reports. So let me grab the structure. Like this. Because I need to define the actual, what it's going to look like in the database. Because all these option types should be serializable. Alright, so it's going to be device option string. Pub mode. That's actually going to be a string, and that's always going to be present. Alright, so if I save this, what do I actually get? It says invalid table syntax. Oh, maybe it has to be like varchar int 32. Oh no, that'd be int 4. And then varchar. Okay, so it completely hates that syntax. Oh, hold on. It completely hates that syntax. Let me look at the macro table and see what this comes out to be. Specifies a table exists and what columns it has with the same name as in this table. You'll find a unit name table. So it can have integer varchar. It can also be nullable. So actually, I think it makes sense for this to be nullable. I think I problem is I think I would need to map nullable to that's probably not too difficult. I just have to think about it. Alright, you know what, then let's do this in actual SQLite then. Like, I did save that file for a reason. So that represents the actual database. Status is the only field I believe that is actually going to be not null. The rest of this, I believe, is all nulls. So if we now do diesel... So did that actually... Yeah, that did actually generate something. Cool. That works. Okay, yeah. So now we have all the stuff in the database for... Yeah, okay. Post table. Why do I have... All right, so that creates our schema. So now we need to be able to... we need a version of the packet, and what I can do is we can basically... this code is going to be all sorts of actually horrible, but I'll clean it up later. I just need to be making headway on this because at this point I'm not. I need to be able to convert the GPS packet, which we've got here. Go to declaration. I almost wonder if I should just save the JSON. Although I'd have to probably reach in pretty far into libGPS to actually get it back out. Right, so time velocity report. I'm really worried I'm not going to finish this time. I mean, here's the database. Status, I think I implemented that wrong. So that's TPV. Like, once I get the first one implemented, it should become easier. It's just the first one's going to really suck. Alright, so this is the data structure I actually want to save. Alright, so according to the diesel code that we have, so, okay, this needs to go in models. This has to actually go in models. Okay, so I can do that. Alright, so now we take that. Here's our report, and we basically just need to make our model conform. So if I do that, and I get rid of the Serday option, which I think I have to turn into a string. Some of these I think have to be nullable. Okay, so apparently options should just basically work. Like, I shouldn't even have to think about it. Whether it actually works is an entirely different thing. Okay, so then let me put lib models. And then that's going to error. Because it's not schema post, it's TPV reports. Oh, you know what? Oh, I see why it's breaking like that. Okay, hold on. There we go. Alright, so that's the table imported. And that's a lot of nullable code. We have these models. We have the schema, TVB reports. Okay. Can't deserialize is... Okay, so now I'm getting warnings between... See, this is actually a really good thing to have because now I'm getting warnings between my data types and my other stuff. So let me clear out all this. I'm going to need a fair bit of boilerplate to make this all work because it's basically it's how the model works. It sucks. Hold on. Yeah, so like there's a bunch of stuff here that actually needs to be double. Or hold on. SQLite double. No, it's stored as an 8-bit IEEE floating point. That's not ideal. I might lose precision, although I don't know if I actually care. Okay, so oh, I see. So it's probably not here I have to do it. I think I have to do it here. You need to be double. Because the SQLite is not strongly typed. Alright, so leap seconds is an integer. Actually, parts of this I have to fix in the file. This is, like I said, this is going to really suck to serialize. I really... okay, hold on. Alright, so that's integer. Uh, so status is an integer. Okay, so we have a missing database object. EYP EP. Okay, so it's supposed to be X, Y. All right, so are you basically all happy? Can't serialize as text. Uh, so are you happy now? Oh, no, it's mode that. Yeah, it's mode that. Then mode. Why are you saying it's invalid syntax? See, this is the why I don't really like OMRs. They can break in weird and strange ways, although I think in this case it's not actually the OMR. I think it's just yeah, so it's here. V. Like, and then let me just run cargo build so it gets fresh rest analyzer messages. Cannot deserialize a member of the database. As nullable text as const string. Oh, do you have to be option string? Like, I guess you do actually. Because of the way null behavior works, I think, yeah. Yeah, it has to be that. Alright, that kind of sucks, but so be it. Alright, so that means, are you actually happy now? Like, will you actually build? I mean, apparently it will. I don't get why Rust Analyzer is being completely broken. I mean, we're pulling in schema and tests. Okay, you know what? Fine. So, what I need to be able to do is I need to be able to take a TPV packet and then I need to be able to convert it into I need to be able to convert it. So if I go to models, I need to add in implementation. Yeah, it's gonna be something like this. Station config. Okay, so now I can define self. So I want to get TPV. Yes. Use that. So now I think I just start from the top, so it'd be device. Expect comma. Yeah, that works because that's option string. Okay. So status. Okay, that works actually. That actually works really, really well. So device status, mode, mode. Okay, and you still need a closing bracket. Okay, so this is actually going to basically work perfect. Alright, so two string, leap seconds. Okay, so I've got... Do you not support... Because you need to be an option. Uh... technically speaking, this isn't a nullable field. So that's a problem. Oh, rapid in sum. Okay. Okay, cool. All right, so you need alt. I hate how much boilerplate this is, but I understand why it exists. Okay, so all right, so now we can get. Okay, so now we can get a storable database object that we can now store, put somewhere. So if we want to like insert that into the database, because right now I only care about, I don't actually care about reading it. I really want it going in, although I will test code to read it back out. So we really just need to put an insert statement. If we look at the lib create post, why does it have it two separate libs? Like, do I have to do the insert and the insert of the primary key? I guess I could, no, I can leave that, I should be able to leave that as null. I should actually be able to leave that as null. Because ultimately speaking, we don't actually care. So what it realistically comes down to is we need to insert post somewhere. I don't know what music we're listening to, but that's not the mood I want to be in. All right, let me take this off full screen. Let me leave it somewhere where I can see it. So I put that over here in models. I don't know if this is like where I should put it, although I guess it makes sense to have it here. Actually, there is more things I need to add here, but let me start with TTVB like that. Now let's add the diesel code here to insert. That is not what I want to do. I need to bring my VM back. Okay. Okay, so we need to be able to insert. So, all right, so here's the insert function. What we need is to pass in a connection. Bear with me, chat. Alright, so it needs to be schema TVP reports. So now we can put in the values. So that's the SQLite connection. Yeah, I just realized, do I have this in here in the models? I do not. Or do I? Yeah, I do actually. Okay. Transmit frame. Alright, so use Diesel SQLite connection. So now we get let TVP report equal TVP report from hold on, models TVD report Alright, so it doesn't like that as insertable. I have that horrible sensation you have to put more code in. Yeah, see, here's the... Right, because I have to put a new report in. Oh, God, this is going to suck. This is going to actually suck. Actually, it's not as bad as I think. It's just still going to be really kind of irritating. So, we take a structure like this. So, we need, yeah, you know what? I'm just going to get rid of all this because I'm going to have to... This is going to have to get copy and pasted, unfortunately. And I kind of hate that, but... Oh, well. Because one of these represents the table, and one of these represents new data going in, and some of that is not going to be one-to-one the same. Alright, so if we take all this, or actually, hold on. Can I just make this insertable? Like, can we just do that for the get-go? I have that feeling that's not going to be viable long-term, but I think it'll be okay given time. Yeah, let's, like, just yeet you, so you go away. Okay, so you are... as returning. I guess I don't actually need, why can't I use returning? Like, does it need... I think I can just get result like that. Like, I don't actually have to care. Hold on. There was something about this actually in the documentation. Let me view on GitHub. You know, the music is going to the aether because it's getting on my nerves. All right, so what am I looking? What is wrong with this code? So returning post as returning. Use crate. So it uses them in the models. I look in the schema. Schema is fine. Look in the models. And I can derive insertable. Oh, here it is. Is implemented but is not in scope. Use... Okay. Read the error messages. Okay, so no result as get result. So I add an implementation, and then it just goes all break, like all broken. Is this really what it's coming down to? Uh. Oh, here we go. Use diesel query run DSL. All right, so that represents the top level code to put TPV reports in the database. We now need to establish a connection to the database and, you know, do the thing that we're talking about doing. So we go to source, we go to I mean, at some point, I'm going to have to. I'm really going to have to break up. I think I could really use something sweet, but I'll be all right for now. All right, so I think I have some chocolate in the fridge. Next time I take a break, I'll go get it. All right, so that should let a connect. Yeah, that lets a connection actually be established to the database. Um, all right, so that should let me get the connection. Assuming I did everything correct. I now have that. Do I have established connection? Yeah, so I have established connection. We can now put that in main somewhere. Okay, so establish connection, create post, which is all in lib, and then in the actual code that it uses, realistically, I think I want to have one connection per the entire session, but I would have to put it in a multics to make that work. But let's establish a connection from the top level. Because we're going to have to do something. Yeah, we're going to basically have to do something very similar to this. Alright, so last position. Let dbcon equal arc Which, yeah, arc new, multics new. I apologize if this isn't very interesting, chat. Alright, why are you now complaining? Establish connection. Yeah, so SQLite connection. Okay, that's happy. So DB, so now I should have a copy to that pointer that I can now put it in places it needs to be. So this is where we currently get the TPV reports. So I think every time the and we currently, because we get those more common than when we log a database entry. So let's let dbcon pointer equal dbcon clone, because that puts us in the multics and the arc. And then from here, here I can disable this because we don't care. I can also disable that. We can... What's the lib function? We can insert report in database. Use APRS logger. Insert. Okay, and then we put DB like that. Oh, hold on, I have to actually unlock it. DB changer. I think I just need to remove them. Actually, you know what? I don't think I need to do that. I think I can just clone it right into the DB connection, because it looks like that is valid. DB connection. Can I just... Yeah, I can just clone you. Do I just, like, not need a multics? I might not even need a multics for this. I might be completely... Because if I can just clone it, if it's a read-only operation, then I don't actually need to do that. Magic confetti stuff will make it happen in the background for me. That is a technical term, and I'm going with it. Nope, it does not accept a clone connection. Of course not. Alright, Okay, so you are... What are you expecting? You're expecting a multex. Uh... So you want a dereferenced thing. Yeah, because I can't do that unless I give you a... Can I dereference this like that? That is some iffy syntax, but that does actually seem to work. Okay, so then you blow up here. I think I just have to clone you. Do you support clone? Yeah, you do support clone. Okay, so we end up awaiting that. Okay, so that does a lot of things that we weren't doing before. I don't know if it's going to work. Alright, cargo run. Hey, look, it panicked. Okay, so hold on. It died because I didn't create the database. Migration. Redo. Okay, so there's a bunch of build errors. Why did you fail to build? Okay, so several of these models are not actually satisfied. Okay, so status. So what the model says, and... Yeah, so you're supposed to be an integer. Like that. So now, the next expression that's not satisfied is leap seconds. And that's also an integer. At least I think it is. I mean, it's not complaining down here. Okay, so... We try that. Let me see how chat's doing. Chat's actually been here for a while. I'm sorry, I haven't been paying attention to chat. I'm just kind of... It's easier for me to work when I know that there's, you know, when I'm less alone. You know, like... So why are you not satisfied? Okay. So basically a macro is falling apart because not all the types are happy or something. The trait bound to I32 can't serialize. SQL type is float. I look here. I set it to integer. What is the database actually set to? The database says it is integer. So if I try and hit run again, right, because it doesn't even want to do that. All right, so we're down to 12 errors, so at least we're going the right way. All right, so start debugging. So the values there are not happy. So lat and lawn are okay with each other, but it doesn't like it here. Oh, I guess it has to be float or double. Yeah, that makes sense. This probably has to be double. It doesn't matter for SQLite, but a real database will actually care. Okay, so can I now try start with debugging or do I not have an extension for Rust installed? Like, I should have an extension for Rust installed. I do have an extension for Rust installed. Alright, so has it gotten actually any better now that I fixed that? Like, how many errors are we down to? We're down to 2 errors now. Can't find EPV, can't find... Alright, so... this is probably... I probably just didn't fix it. Yeah, I probably didn't fix this right. So there's supposed to be an additional table here, EPV. Yeah, EPV. And then you just need to be a float. Okay, that almost works. Okay, so there's no database column, EPV. Oh, is this file always auto-generated? That might be a problem. Oh, here we go. When text is inserted, this text class is a column with numeric infinity may contain values of all 5 storage classes. When text data is stored in a numeric column, it's converted to real or integer. No attempt is made to make. Okay, so it needs to be defined as numeric. Okay, so If that's the thing it's actually really unhappy about. So this needs to be numeric. So if I change these two things, I redo the last migration, and then we try running cargo build. I get this sense I need to delete and recreate this file. Like, this seems to be an auto-generated file. No, that comes out as float. You know, hold on. Let me delete the actual test database. Um, that actually worked. Okay. So cargo run. Yeah, you're actually going to complain about that. All right. So Linux TCP kiss 126.0.1.6.0.1 and Rust debug trace. Or is it Rust log trace? Yeah, it's Rust log. Okay, so now that is receiving positions. GPS mon. Yeah, you should be receiving. Yeah, you're receiving fake GPS data. So now that's running. Are we actually seeing stuff go into the database? Uh, kind of. Actually, no, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense. Because of how I handle certain code paths. Yeah, because I don't update the current position when I get that, and we haven't actually gone a position. Because this is technically fake data. Let me try that and see if I get something a little bit happier. Alright, let's wait until a packet connects. Alright, so we have a packet there. And we still get no effects. Okay. Well, it's a start in going in the right direction. What I'm presuming is happening is we're getting this initial packet here, which has no data set in it. All right, let me comment this out. So you look for watch. You talk to that. You get the GPSD log because we get that printed out. Yeah, GPSD connected, and then we start getting reports. Um, yeah, actually, we should handle no fix. So you update current position here, and then uh, so it updates the global. Are we not getting here? Okay, so we are getting there. So, pause position. Okay, so we take that information, we update it here. We take the changer. That's fine. Oh wait! I just had a brainwave. I just had a complete and total brainwave. Um, I think I know exactly what's going on. So this runs on a different thread. Yeah, so this only runs when this is not where we need to be doing this. Because this is on the beacon thread. What we actually want is this on the position thread. Which we actually already have the main pointer for. So let me grab that. So when it hears something, because we only care about it when we actually hear an APRS frame. So we can put that here for now. I now need the changers for the database. Database change pointers like that. Okay, so that gives us the database changer. I now just need the position changer. Let's see, hold on. You're not apparently in the right scope? Oh, I put it down here. Okay, hold on. Alright, so are you happy now? 2 errors. What does it not like? Can't find code POS changer. Okay, so you're the POS pointer. You basically stay up there. And then I just need the changer for you. How Rust works is strange, but you know, it gets the job done. Actually, I think I can take that away. Put that up there. Alright, so that... So we can actually do this in a non-async way. I'm probably going to have to do quite a bit more work with this. Yeah, let me just get rid of async here, because that entire thread is synchronous. Okay, so it seems to be happy now. So if I run magic code, does it actually do anything? Alright, let me see if it actually, like, gets a packet. It's got to receive a packet before it's going to, we're going to know if it's going to work. Because what was happening is it was logging the initial state on the program startup, which is, of course, going to have no fix, which is, of course, absolutely useless. Where's my phone going off? Chat, the radio's on. I mean, it should be hearing something. It was hearing something before. Oh, there we go. And we still get no fix. Okay. Well, obviously, this is going exactly as planned. I gotta think about this. I probably need to make a function which turns the TPV report into... hold on. You know what I can do is... Because I'm not sure where it's falling over. Uh... Alright, so this is going to just crash the program if it doesn't even get anything. I need to be a little less stupid than that. But let me just see if it actually does anything. Type cannot be dereferenced. We're not actually trying to dereference the type. We're just trying to do this. Alright. So, is it going to crash this time? When it receives a packet. Well, that actually went down the failed path. We haven't seen that before. Oh, that crashed. It shouldn't. It should be able to get a GPS fix. Let me see what GPS Mon says. Maybe it's a problem with the test data. I mean, it's getting sentences. Hold on. So we do have GPS fake. We have these GPS messages. GPG, GSA. So it should have a fix of some sort. Hold on, I think there was a better utility. I think there was like CGPS. Yeah, this can give me a better idea of what it's actually seeing. Because it's getting a grid square, it's getting a longitude, latitude. Um, I mean, yeah. It says status free defects. So you're connecting to GPSD. I think I need some more debug code. So there is, I can put message here in our devices, which will represent basically what is able to talk to or see, I think. Or, alright, so are you seeing any sort of devices? Yeah, so it seems like you're not. If I type GPS Mon, it shows that there's devices, it shows there's versions, it shows that there's a watch. Yeah, because it gets unified response. So I think I need to just put devices like this. Now let's just see if it... Oh, okay, I guess it needs more code than that. I can try. Okay, no, it does actually get the database value. It gets the some dev PTS5, some blah, 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 blah. Okay, so then what are you actually getting as your PTS? Like, what is actually going by when you get a position report? Because... So it did actually get a TPV. It got the fix, and then it went kaboom. So, did you fail to update the global object? Okay, so if I want to read the variable here, I need to get the, Alright, so pos... Yeah, I'm... Alright, so when it makes... Yeah, so this is where it does the unlock, the change... I want to check the status of the global variable. And then check it. Alright, so argument never used, format specifier. Hold on, I gotta figure out the syntax. I think my words are just completely failing me because, ultimately speaking, I'm trying to save. I feel like setting this down the clone, it prevents the global variable from actually being updated, but it doesn't actually. No, I unlock it, I come out of it. I get the change object here. And if I want to print it, I think I have to do something like this. I don't think that actually will help me, but let's just see what it does. I think it's just going to tell me that's a multix. Oh no, it actually gets stuck in an infinite loop because... Actually, no, it doesn't, because it should have released the lock. Yeah, it should release the lock. Let me confirm that. Like, are we basically getting stuck in a deadlock here? And it actually does look like we do, because we don't make it to the debug line. So I think what happens is it tries to get the multix and fails because something is holding it open. Right, and then we go panic. So we do get the pointer here. We open it up. We clone it. It goes down here. We release it. You know, I wonder if it's right there because we it goes down the rabbit hole. TPV, print frame. And then over here, I'm basically updating position. Alright, let me see here. If I do that, what happens? Because now I'm not talking to the database anymore. You just hack immediately now. So you hack on 156. Because you can't unwrap immediately, which is fine. Oh, I see exactly what the problem is. Okay, hold on. It needs to do this while in the while loop because it has to release it per loop iteration. It can't be a global variable. Yeah, I bet that's the problem. Now, I bet the crash goes away now. Yeah, because now we start getting updates on the regular. Which is coming from here when each packet comes out, which logs where it is actually going. So now if I tell it to do the insert into database, it's now complaining that the changer is not valid because it technically do I want to do it with actually I would want to do it basically right here. I pass in DB changer, I pass in yeah, you have to be mutable. So that inserts the report into the database. And do we actually start getting reports in database now? Hey, chat, look at that. That is an actual report in the database. Oh, God, that sucked. That legitimately sucked to do. But that's packets being saved in the database. Oh, man, that... Okay, so now we have the fucking... That sucked. I honestly, that was probably one of the more miserable things I've had to figure out in a while. Alright, let me do a save here because I now need to figure out what I do next. That's 177 lines I've added to this project, chat. All right, I'm going to take a brief. I'm going to take a bit of a brief break here. Regain what spoons I can. I've been at this for 3 hours, and I finally have shit going in the database. Should not have been that hard. So the question now is how to log each packet. I really can't believe it took me 3 hours to figure that one out. That legitimately sucked. And ultimately speaking, I'm not actually done here yet. Because there's still more I actually have to do here. But I'm going to enjoy this for what it is. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Because I now need to sketch out. Okay, so I'm going to sit here and mull for a bit because I now need to sketch out the rest of the schema. Because now I've got the basics handled. I'm going to. So, yeah, I'm going to give myself a little bit of time and then we'll get back to it. All right. I'm kind of just sitting here right now, chat, and I'm kind of thinking about what comes next. So we now get the TPV packet for each location. If I can get the primary key with that, I can encode every packet. Uh, I'm wondering if I probably should like basically save every frame. Technically speaking, that can be binary data, so I don't think I actually want to do that. Because basically I end up with things like APRS status, and these each have their own. Yeah, so I have like position, go to definition. Yeah, I get the long. I get what an APRS status actually looks like, which I probably should save. Because unless I guess I can just save the textual encode because it's not guaranteed to work. And failing that, I can always print it as a frame. Like, there is an argument of using Postgres for this because Postgres might be a little less sucky. Okay, so hold on. Let me actually think about this. So if I wanted to store the actual frame, the function that does the actual, like my frame printer is print frame. Uh, yeah, so it basically. That's actually a fair bit of information I want to encode. Because every frame is going to have AX.25 information attached to it. You know what? Let me actually sketch out the database design because I think now that I have the database actually working, I think I need to actually like get the schema. And if I'm going to do proper normalization, this is the time to actually do it. So database schema. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was still AFK on screen. I got it. I got it. Sorting. All right, so we get AX.25 frames. Um, it's technically not complete because I'm only handling unenubered information frames. Uh, yeah, you know what? This will be AX.25 UI frames because it's all we actually care about. The rest should actually be systematically ignored. Uh, Actually, no. We'll just save. We'll just save what we get. If we can't encode it, we can't encode it. Um, and then what we can do is APRS decode APRS packet as received from the network attached to AX.25 frame. So that gives me, I mean, if I implement these free, I mean, I don't have to do a full decode. I could just save the, I could save the packet coming in and out. At least that's the theory. I don't know if it's actually practice. Like, it's gonna be a lot of code to do something interesting with this. I'm thinking right now. I think we also need a table for transmission reports. I mean, hold on. Let me actually define some things. So, what is the actual end game? I mean, I think the idea here is I should be able to export stuff out to a KML format. Like, export. Because if I export to KML, I can. I can basically put a place mark, a ground overlay. So a place mark would basically be a set of GPS coordinates. So okay, hold on. This is actually we're actually reaching. Um, you know, I wonder if someone's already built this. I mean, I'm assuming they have. So APRS FI KML actually does does this. So you know what? That actually makes perfect sense because ultimately speaking, this is a way to generate the KML file that I want to have and then give it a live feed. It sounds like there's ways to publish. I think I need to understand KML files better. I'm kind of just sitting here thinking about it because I think a KML Tor. Chad, I'm gonna mull on this point for a bit because I think I finally am starting to see what this is actually going to look like. So the question now becomes when we're on a tour, can I choose when the objects actually show up? Tour timelines, pausing and waitings, updates, adding sounds. Interesting. So you can actually do quite a bit. You can even set a sound file to it. Okay, so I'm right now. I'm just reading through the keyhole markup stuff because I've never worked with KML before. Oh, I see how this works. Actually, getting it to stream data looks a little bit interesting slash hard, but maybe not as bad as I think it is. So if I basically want to stream a... Alright, I don't know what we're listening to, but it's definitely not the right music for this. Okay, hold on. So this is actually important. So KML files have a place mark with points and coordinates, which can be streamed over the internet or to Google Earth. In theory, I can create KML file from Rust to show changing location on Google Earth. This seems like an amazing idea. Chad, I think that's my actual end game. I mean, it doesn't have to be my end game because I can always use this to build the visualization later. But having it update in real time on Google Earth sounds amazing. Um, like I have to think that someone would have written this before. Um, let me see how this. Let me see how APRS FI to KML works. I'm looking at it on. I'm looking at Google Earth on the other tab, so I'm just figuring it out. Just using the browser one. Oh, okay. Hold on. Is that actually working the way I think it is? You're not going to be able to see it just yet, because I'm going to have to adjust the views. Okay, so I don't think it actually worked. Hold on. Let me. I just want to get an idea of what this is going to look like. Yeah, hold on. Let me install. I can do this in the VM, or I should be able to do this in the VM. So if I go to APRS FI, because this maps APRS stuff to like real life objects. I can export it to Google Earth KML, and I believe that is a live update. Like, let me put like, can I track call sign? It should hear me. Yeah, okay, you can hear me. So, and you can hear the stations I'm basically talking to over there. So if I were to do Google Earth here, what is in that file? So it actually forms a network link to that, tracking KD2, J, or T. Okay, so let me see what that actually looks like in Google Earth. I just realized that this hasn't sent a position. Hold on, this hasn't sent a position report in days. Probably because I screwed up on the Pi. That's gonna be something I'm gonna have to fix. I'm gonna have the position reports be done through Direwolf. I mean, I'm getting there. It's just, yeah, Xaster wasn't running. Okay. I'm getting pretty close to making the first actual test run of this in the car. Sorry, I'm on the Pi trying to figure out how to make things work. I also got new hookups and cables for the radio, which I need to test. I haven't done that yet. I will do it very soon, in theory. So I do have the other SSID. Are you actually being heard? You were last heard. Oh yeah, you were actually heard recently. Three hours, 12 minutes ago. Why are you not being heard? I mean, both these stations are hearing me pretty reliably. So if I put that in tracking, what do I actually get out of Google Earth for that? Because I'm not sure if this is what my endgame is supposed to look like. Like, I hate him using the term endgame. Oh, well, that didn't do what I thought it was going to do. Alright, open Google Earth. I mean, sure. I can't tell if this will track a moving point or not. Uh... It doesn't even need to be a separate on. So basically what's going to happen is I'm going to have a test run of the system on the 30th, and the cross country drive looks like it's going to be the second or the third. So I have to figure out basically all the logistics of that between now and then. I definitely feel like I crossed a pretty good boundary here. Like, I've got the database hooked up. I'm getting reports out of it, which is good news for me. I mean, the way GPSD works is a little bit interesting, but basically, we should record the TPV position if we're above a 2D fix. If we're a 2D fix or above, if not, we should just record the packet and the time. We can extrapolate that from there. I then can ultimately turn this into a keyhole file, which will get streamed from the Pi directly. I'm assuming someone... Like, hold on. Actually, that doesn't even look all that hard. Like, that actually looks stupidly easy to do. So how's the network updates of... I'm assuming for the KML file, it would basically need to have my position in the center while we log all data. And then I need to be able to basically recount the last 30 minutes. Okay. All right. Chat. That's completely doable. I think I can code that in the time I have left. I just need to kind of get my brain together. Let me see how much more I can actually manage tonight, because I'm a little bit blah blah blah, and blah 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 is a bit well, I'm not tired, but I think I need a bit of time to recover my senses. So I'm going to mute the mic for a bit. Oh. Sorry, right as I said that, I knocked something off my desk. I'm going to mute the mic for a bit. I'll come back to this. Come back to this in about 10-15 minutes, and then I'm going to see if I can at least code up. I need to code up the... Hold on. I actually need to think about this. What do I code next? I think I want to do the keyhole file next. I think I want to be able to do like an HTTP server. Yeah, let me take a break and then I'm going to come back to this because at this point I know I need to get more work done. I'm kind of like sitting here thinking more about it. Like, there's gotta be someone has to have written like an APRS to KML file. Apparently, the answer is no. All right, so interestingly, I'm currently looking at possible solutions to this. Because I think it's kind of interesting to be able to put the information on a Google Earth map. The question now becomes, I'm still AFK. Let me change the view. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, it is late. It's 1 in the morning, so... So we've got the frames, we've got the APRS packet code, encode, transition reports. I mean, basically the big success of today is the database framework is now set up and integrated, which is not a bad place to be, all things considered. I'm a little worried I'm getting into feature scope, feature creep, because I could just use an APRS client, so I think I still want to log everything. And then I think so it's going to log the GPS packet. We have the transmission report of when we beacon. I could basically just put an APRS client at stream and have it track, because that was my original plan with X-Aster. And I kind of like that for what it is, while it's while I'm driving. Like, I'm just wondering if this is even an interesting project. It's a little bit... I guess what it comes down to is, what is my problem statement, and I don't really have a good one. I think what it is I want to do something interesting with amateur radio, and I want to drive, and I want to tie it into drive working with APRS, because I've wanted to build something like this for flipping ages. The problem is that what stopped me from actually building it, besides just because I could realistically just do this with a beacon and call it good, and I'm sort of okay with that, but it's also kind of interesting knowing how much I'm actually passing. Like, I really wonder if the video can be as simple as I decoded X packets on 144.33 megahertz. See, I'm not actually sure how many packets I'm going to hear, although, realistically speaking, I should be hearing quite a few stations. I mean, I'm going to be passing through multiple urban areas, and uh, let me get the version 4 checklist put together, because that's really what we need to get to. Um, All right, so I think what it comes down to is, oh, this is gonna suck. I just realized something. How the fuck am I gonna save the route? I guess I saved the route. I think I can save the route as a text string. So let's actually start defining some additional tables. So having actually now planned this out, so create table if not exists, AX.25 frames. So this is going to be ID integer primary key not null. Timestamp is going to be an integer. TVP ID is an integer. It's technically a foreign key, but I'll define that later. All right, so let me look up the actual definitions as used in. Let me look up the actual AX.25 packet format because I should use the same names here. Link access protocol, blah, 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 blah. All right, here we go. Frame structure, flag field, controlled field, bit stuffing. I think for APRS, we actually don't care about all of this. Realistically, what we care about is... What is an AX.25? All right. Frame. So source. What's the terms it uses? It uses source and destination. So source is going to be text. Destination is also going to be text. Content will be, we're going to save it as a blob because we don't actually care. That's basically the raw decode as we, you know, I'm just going to put like raw frame blob because realistically we can afford to save it. Just on the offhand chance I have completely foobarred this code, I am having key stupid issues. Alright. So receive timestamp, source destination, raw frame, relay. I think that's just route. Yeah, that's route. All right, so route. Route realistically needs to be to do proper one normalization factor shit on the route is really going to be irritating. But I think I can work with that. I don't need to care. I can treat it as a text field, and if I have to reprocess it, I have to reprocess it. Yeah, all right. So route is going to be a text field. I wonder if there's a better tool. Like, what's a better SQLite visualization tool? SQLite uh, visualization tool. Like, is there something better? DB browser for SQLite. And it's apparently on GitHub. Okay, that's nice. All right, that's actually going to be quite useful at some point. All right, so we have the raw frame, we have the route. Um, I think realistically, that's all I actually care about. And then create table if not exist. APRS packet. And then that's going to be, we're going to have the primary key. Every one of these is going to have an AX.25 frame ID is integer. All right, so foreign key. So yeah, so you have a foreign key TPVIV references. Like that. Okay. So foreign key frame ID references AX.25 frames. Type is going to be I can't use type. Packet type is going to be text, and textual decoding is also going to be text. I think that works. I do actually think that works. All right. Okay, so it doesn't like the foreign key syntax. Foreign key references. I feel like I should save more GPS or data from the GPS, but I don't know what I need yet. So foreign key. Did I spell it wrong? No, foreign key is good. Syntax error. Oh, you need a comma. That's what you need. Create table if not exists. Oh, that explains it. All right, so why are you all busted? Why do you not like this? Create table not exists. Database unknown exists. Syntax error. Alright, so why is it... Alright, so that's fine. So if I get rid of this, you're also fine. So it's this... Oh, you're missing a comma. Nope. Oh, it exists. Okay. This is fine. Alright. So now I need to define models for... I basically need to do this, but for the other thing, Alright, so that's the frame report. Wow, it sounds all like professional and stuff. Alright, Alright, so how's this map? You know what? I just realized you don't need selectable unless the query's coming back out. Hold on. Oh, that's actually kind of... I don't use ORMs very often because I kind of think they tend to be... I find they encourage bad practices, but I just realized with the way they work here in Rust, you can have insertable and selectable be different data structures because ultimately you can change the format of the data for the select query. That's actually kind of fascinating. I don't know if it's useful, but it is fascinating. Um, because ultimately this actually needs its own ID, which isn't mapped in the model. Yeah, because you actually need pub ID and you need option I32, comma like that. Um, oh, that's annoying, right? Because because the private. Okay, shit. Technically speaking, I need two different data types here. I need one with the TPV report, or I need uh oh that I probably have to add one for the ID. I just have to figure out all the magical syntax to make that happen. All right, let me just keep going as best I can. So we have AX.25. We have pub ID I32. TPV IP has to be option I32 because it doesn't have to be there. I think I can do I64 there. Source option. No, that's just gonna be a string because these actually have to be not nulls because if we have a valid decode, these fields will be present. Unlike the other rest of the database. So technically, that can be null. That's not null. Well, no, that I will have a valid value. It's just it might be a timestamp of 0. So yeah, so that matches there. So that's source text, destination string, route string, frame raw. That's gonna be vec u8, and I hope that's close enough to make it happy. Alright, so let me redo that migration. And that gives us insertable. Okay, so certain traits are not satisfied, so I64. Alright, so you probably have to be a numeric. Yeah, that's a numeric. Why are you unhappy? Add const or mute here. Oh, maybe... Oh, right, it has to be option route because there may... No, that we'll always have a route packet. It may just be empty. So no, route's not null. Why are you complaining about that? So you'd see these all as nullable, even though they're not actually nullable. Oh wait. I see. Hold on. You need to drop table. I didn't do all the work I was supposed to do. Drop table TVS reports. Drop table APRS packet. Actually, I have to do it the other way around because of AX.25 frames. And then does that update? Yes, that does actually update it. Cool. Now we're getting somewhere. Trait is not satisfied. Double check your trait mappings via. So is it treating numeric any different over here? So we have float, we have doubles. And when I look at I have integer, I have numeric. I think I'm going to have to store it as text. I actually think I'm going to have to store this as text, which sucks, but fuck it, that works. Alright, so how do I make this last one? Do I just make this binary and, like, make the magic go away? Alright, so how do I make the binary type happy? Okay. Alright, that's the frame report done. Alright, so that means we can now actually log frames and have them go in database, and that's going to be like all happy and shiny and sunshine. Okay. We have to do a little bit of encoding on this. I need to get my wits about me. Good morning. Sorry, I haven't been looking at chat for a while, so I'm like. Alright, so I now have a way of serializing the frame reports. So when frame report goes in, it should put a TPV report in as well, as long as we actually have effects. I have to write that code next. Actually, no, I have to write quite a bit more code than that. Let me pause for a bit, because like it's like every little bit of code is very hard fought, but if I can get the logging working, that will be a major win. I'm just going to leave the stream up. I'm not even going to take it off this view. At this point, people are not really dropping off, so I'm just going to sit. I'll put the music on, and I'm just going to walk around and mull for a bit longer.